So we can perhaps start with this session. We are a bit late, but I think it's okay. I would like to thank everyone for coming to the session. And is it okay with? Yes. So the session is a session that is organized within in the framework of a European project funded by the European Commission called iClimate Action. And we decided that with the organizing team that we'll have a session on with a title which is From Earth Observation to Climate Service, realizing the full potential of ECV data chain. I will be moderating the session. I'm Paolo Lai. I'm the coordinator of this iClimate Action project, which is a project involving GEO, the WMO, and GECOS, the group, the Global Climate Observing System program, which is a joint program of the WMO and other entities. So I think the session today will really be about, we are gathering more and more information, Earth observation data, but it's always difficult now to go to the end of the value chain. And we are acknowledging the fact that providing climate service is still a bit difficult. So the session and the project are really about essential climate variables, not, so we are targeting specific aspects of the Earth observation. So we'll be discussing this data value chain along the line of the essential climate variables. So the idea is from this project, iClimate Action, is really to better align what the WMO, GECOS, and GEO are doing along the value chain, and to provide high-level recommendations to the Commission on how to improve this Earth observation system and hence joint climate action, not only between the three organizations, but also with other organizations involved in this framework. So we will have first welcome addresses from our representatives, and I would like to start with Joanna Drake from who is the Deputy Director General of the Research and Innovation at European Commission. Joanna, the floor is yours for a welcome address.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and indeed a result of information overload, which of course, if we really want to give a service, which is what you started with, from data to service, then it is challenging of how to organize that and to make sure that we can actually be in such coordinating shall we say, style and fitness that we can actually deliver the service that we want to. So thank you so much for offering the slot to me to open this very important session. Let's start from the beginning. The European Commission and Horizon. In 2024, so just 2 years ago and less than that, we launched a call through the Horizon program, the Horizon Europe Work Program, to support the collaboration, first of all, between the three major international organizations dealing with climate observations, namely WMO, GEO, and GECOS. Going on to the why and the wherefore, the need for this activity became clear because we noted that there is a lack of coordination, first and foremost, and with that, a need to improve a more coherent approach to conduct and exploit climate observations in order to support international climate policy and diplomacy. The result of this was the project iClimate Action being born. This was awarded to WMO, which addresses the fragmentation with important actions. It addresses the monitoring of the uptake of the data and the provision of lessons learned, also the harmonizing of essential climate variables, ECVs, and demonstrating the science to services pathway through two demonstrators, and namely the Urban Heat Resilience Service and the Global Ecosystem Atlas. But let's put all this into a geopolitical context too, because there has been changes in the geopolitical landscape, which makes this project even more timely. Our capability to monitor global climate is at risk. Some governments, which have been major funders of global climate science and observation networks, are about to rethink their engagement and are considering climate change no longer as a priority. On the other hand, we have expert reports, incessant ones, which are based on observations like, for instance, the IPCC and the state of climate, and they tell us that the global climate is warming faster than ever before, and that has been a planetary emergency, but has remained firmly so. And on top of that, the evidence is more than overwhelming. So I'll just mention a few examples. Ocean surfaces are at record high temperatures, with marine heat waves increasing. Sea ice is declining rapidly in both the Arctic and the Antarctic. Extreme weather events like heat waves, storms, floods, or droughts are becoming more frequent and severe due to climate change in almost all areas in the world. And these are results that are uncontroversial and that call upon us to act. And of course, we turn to policymakers who need to know as precisely and in as timely a manner as possible what exactly is going on, how to be prepared to face the consequences that these changes have on our people, on our economy, on our safety, on our sustainability, and I would say on our preservation itself as a human race. A comprehensive global system for observing continuously and accurately is therefore indispensable. The project iClimate Action is very important, therefore, for us to help with coordinating international efforts towards this end and to convey the necessary messages to policy and decision makers in no uncertain terms. And therefore, I'm very glad that this session actually takes place today, and look forward also to interesting presentations and discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joanna. I will give the floor to Véronique Boucher, who is the director, the senior director of one of the two departments at the WMO, the Science Services and Capacity Development. She will be representing WMO and also GECOS.
Thank you very much, Paolo, and thank you for the invitation to jointly open this particular session. And I would like to certainly thank the European Commission for supporting and funding the iClimate Action Initiative, which provide a very timely framework for the discussions that we need to have and improve the coordination. And also a pleasure to share the stage with Jana from the GEO Secretariat Director, and many of the partners that we have around the table today for the discussion. There is no questions. I think we all agree on the critical importance of Earth observation for climate action. More importantly, there is now a recognition within our users that of that same critical importance. And so the application extends much beyond climate action, but also to disaster risk reduction, adaptation, and sustainable development. The amount of data that we are now producing, thanks to many of the innovations, is unprecedented. And yet, and that's going to continue. We're going to continue to have satellite that increase resolution, and we are seeing more and more private sector contributing to the generation of new data. The challenge that we have before us, however, is continuing to transform that information into intelligence that we can really apply in the context of climate action or otherwise. And that remains difficult, and that's part of the coordination that Joanna was talking about. In addition to the amount and volume, which have practical solution to, we continue to see a fragmentation between all of the production, but also the platform that are used to transform those data and to channel that information into decision and intelligence. So we have to find ways to work across this particular paradox. We also have new elements. The environment itself is quite complex. It's becoming more and more complex with new technology, and I would be remiss not to mention the role of artificial intelligence and its importance in the context of both helping but also potentially increasing that fragmentation that we have in front of us. It certainly has the ability to help us navigate, automate the workflows and how we derive information and improve the access itself. But it also has some challenges with respect to allowing more or weaken internal operability, questioning the scientific continuity and trust. It also has as much capacity to open the access as it has to increase inequalities and leave countries behind. And we have to work within those challenges and finding the balance that it provides. And that's part of the discussion, and I hope that will be tackled to some extent by the panelists a little bit later. But this is why really the initiatives such as iClimate Actions are really important. It brings together GEO, WMO, GCOS, and through those entities, many European and international partners to help really connect the full Earth observation value chain. In the context of the work that we are doing within WMO, this is quite critical to do so. And we work across a broad spectrum from research to operation to service delivery. And we continue to see how helping to connect the scientific observation into actionable information is really supporting our members and our communities worldwide. But it does require rigorous discussion, rigorous implementation, and the development of joint standards and understanding across the various users as to how we really derive all of the information that is feasible from the raw source that we start from. And so international organizations like ourselves have an important responsibility here. And we must continue to provide the space for the coordination on governance, on standard, on interoperability, on architecture, and on a strategic alignment. For us at WMO, it really linked to the broader mission that we have, including early warning for all initiative. We're protecting population and strengthening the resilience across all of the members internationally really requires that we continue to observe the Earth system in all of its complexity across the atmosphere, the ocean, the land, and the cryosphere, and to ensure that this information becomes accessible and actionable for all countries. So I do want to conclude and leave the floor to Jana and the panelists, but I do want to remind ourselves or confirm the full commitment of WMO to working within iClimate Action across GEO and GCOS and the many partners. and ensure that we strengthen this collective international efforts with that process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Veronique. And I will now leave the floor to Jana for the last words on behalf of GEO.
Thank you very much. It's really nice to meet you, Veronique. Thanks to everyone for being here, the GEO Symposium, and in this room at this workshop. If you were with us in the morning session, we concluded it with a discussion about partnerships, right? Modalities of co-designing, co-creating programs within GEO and different operating models that advance us across this value chain. And this conversation really fits very much within that context. Gives me an opportunity to, maybe for the first time, to put into words what I felt about this iClimate action from the beginning, because it truly is a smart design. I'll take us back maybe even before the Horizon program, and that's 20 years ago when we were GEO created as part of the hosting arrangement with the WMO. So we have 20 years of history with the WMO, and there's always been a realization about the complementarity and alignment of our missions, obviously. And we have, it's not to say we have not collaborated with WMO. We've certainly done things collaboratively together, but perhaps never to the depth and with the kind of intention that really gets us farther down the value chain. And I think it's because coordination is one of the hardest things to do. It's never for the lack of will, it's never for the lack of aspiration and ambition, but every organization is funded to implement its work program, right? And so when you come in with an idea to collaborate around something that makes total sense, but it's kind of new, you sort of say, it sounds great, but we have no resources to do this. And the ingenuity of the iClimate action is in that it provided the incentive with the investment and the structure. And I don't think incentive, investment are dirty words. They do need to be spoken. And that's really what this decisive action by the European Commission put on the table. And it, from the start, forced us to think about the application of ECVs in the context of meeting policy mandates. The grand scope was very concrete in terms of asking us to connect observations and science to policy mandates. And that became our sweet spot within which we identified our work packages that are indeed looking at the implementation of essential climate variables, which is that robust science that WMO, GCOS bring together, and translating them into services such as monitoring the health of biodiversity, of ecosystems in the country of Maldives. How do we actually, there was a question upstairs from South Africa, right, about how do we actually determine the impact of draining wetlands in order to, or using them for mining sites, right? What is going to be the ultimate impact? We need to think from the services that we get out of those ecosystems, right? And we have, they deliver economic value. So if we account for losing or gaining in services, we can actually imagine policymakers looking at the balance sheet and perhaps deciding how much further can they push on the mining and extraction, and when can they really, when should they kick in restoration efforts? All of that we can do only if we actually use the information from climate observations in creating models that can project and forecast ecosystem services. And this grant, iClimate Action, it has given us the space to create partnerships within our three organizations, but also with the UN University, to work on these types of demonstrators that can then create reproducible and repeatable models for other countries to independently plug these observations, these models, the science and methods into their national context and make informed decisions about sustainable use, restoration, and conservation. So it's
truly a 3-year opportunity, but the outcomes of this collaboration, if done well, and we will do it well, truly can unlock decision-making that goes way beyond the very narrow kind of scope of the work packages that we've set up in this grant, in this iClimate Action. So thanks for paying attention. I personally do think that iClimate Action is one of the better models out there for co-designing, co-creating partnerships. And I hope other members who are here watching and listening will consider it as a model to help support coordinated action by organizations into which you already make investments across the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the three for the welcome addresses. I know that you have other duties. So what I will do now is to call our panelists on stage. So I don't know, you're welcome to stay, but not at this pace. First, Monica Miguel Lago from ERSC, the European Association for Remote Sensing Industries. Second, Mark Dowell from the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, also representing CEOs. And last but not least, Osamu Ochai from the Japanese Space Agency, JAXA. And before we start, we would like to involve you in this discussion by opening a Slido, or whatever we call that, where we will be asking your views before we start. That may help our panelists to adapt their answers. And I will leave then Martin or Ludivine to explain how things are organized with the Slido.
1 second. If by magic a QR code is going to appear on the screen. Let's see. So you should be seeing that. No. Just 1 second.
So in the meantime, I will continue with my short introduction. You'll have the QR code very soon. So the idea to the message to my panelists and the topic for the discussion I introduced already, but it is really about the amount of observations we have. Keeping in mind that this is true from some parts of the world, not everywhere, where there are still places where we are clearly missing information. But so overall, it's a success. We have more information now than ever before. But at the same time, we are asking this observation to be useful for societies, transferring the information into services. And we know that for many aspects, we are struggling a bit with this combining information from different sources into a complex realization of services for society. We know that today it requires technical skills, a clear understanding of where are the data, who is providing the data, and we know that we are facing also information that are not always standardized. And this makes things extremely difficult for the users. So the session is really with a question, we have a lot of data, but still not easy for users to turn it into useful information. And we need to understand why do we have these difficulties and possible solutions. Obviously, we're not going to solve problems within a 45-minute session, but I would like to focus on 4 topics today. Data space, data hubs, are they useful? The international landscape, how do we know that this project is funded by the European Commission, but it is an international project. And we know how to discuss governance. We know how to, we must know better how to improve the governance, how to see where are the players, what we can do for this large ecosystem. We know that we have to talk about better aligning standards, responsibilities, acting in this bit fragmented framework. So I don't know if we are ready with the QR code. Yes, we are.
Should work.
It should work. So you scan this and you will get to Martin.
Yeah, you should. Is everyone seeing the questions? No. Okay, that's not a good start. Okay, we'll continue to try. I'll keep the QR code on the screen
Okay.
and we'll
So-
come back to that.
Very good.
Okay, thanks very much, Paolo. And maybe to start, I should say I'm generally a glass half full person. So I think in response to your final question, I would say federation, definitely. I also think it's useful to look back, sometimes to look forward, at least on the space-based Earth observation activities. We already started to think about these things about 15 years ago, and actually together with both the WMO and GCOS and CEOS and CGMS, we came up with this climate monitoring architecture from space in 2011, which really was the basis of a lot of the coordination activities that has happened, at least for the space aspect since then. Why was that possible and why was it successful? I think for two reasons. One, there was a process in place. GCOS had this iterative cycle of implementation planning, status reporting, adequacy reporting, and there was the ECVs as the basis for that. So the space agencies were able to coordinate themselves and do this. Also, now if I can put my Copernicus hat on, that was extremely useful for us when we started to implement the climate change service, which was a new service in the early 2010s, because it provided us that structure to do that. So what are the implications now for the future? Well, it's exactly what you said. Even in the climate monitoring architecture, we recognize that the value chain was the framework that we needed to map ourselves onto. And let's remember, a value chain is not just about mapping information flows, it's also about mapping the stakeholders who are involved at each step of that and making sure that the linkages is there between them. So what we need to do now is really think about how we extend that value chain more and more to what we call the last mile or the last several kilometers or whatever, but which seem like a very long last mile at some points. But anyway, and to build up those linkages more and more from the level we're at now on the ECVs and certain core services towards more and more downstream services. And there are four aspects I think are important on this. One is to extend the whole requirement and needs gathering process, which has now been focused on the ECVs, to more the downstream aspects of that. Now, that's not easy. We know there are as many users as there are requests, more or less, so we need to find a way to frame that. And we also need to think about how we deal with the multi-scale aspects of climate services, which are there at the international, at the regional, national, and local level. Each of those have their requirements and this. I think there are some kind of opportunities out there. One thing I'd like to flag is many of you will have heard that at the last COP in Belém, They accepted the global goal on adaptation, adopted a set of indicators that could be used. And to me, that is one avenue. Indicator frameworks are always one very elegant way of structured response from multiple national and international members to provide data and services for that. So I'm encouraging colleagues to really engage with that process and think about how we can provide these integrators at a systematic way. And then, since we're looking on a 10-year horizon, and to be quite honest, if you'd have asked us 2 years ago with the advent of new technologies, AI, I'm not sure we would have even been able to make the judgment for today. But I think thinking in that context of emerging technologies, AI, and elsewhere, the other thing is we need to think about the interfaces we're building on our data to the different user communities. It's almost like we could think of a service on demand. You know, I'm a specific user in a specific region. I want to combine these type of different climate data records, and I'll be able to generate myself basically a dedicated interface and service. So I think we should be thinking in that mindset to address this issue of scalability, which I admit, based on the number of different types of demands for climate data, is going to be tremendous over the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And I think your last comment will be the topic of my second question. But I will take your comments on artificial intelligence, and I will turn the question to Osamu to ask what, from your point of view of a space, one of the big space agencies in the world, how do you see the future, and how do you see the fact that we have more data, we'll need faster exploitation of data, and how, from the point of view of your organization, how do you think we can preserve the scientific robustness, the continuity and the trust on the data we produce? Again, with a vision of 10 years from now, with the fact that we know data will be coming from different places and difficulties to assess their value.
Thanks, Paul. First of all, thank you very much for inviting this important event. Actually, I really like to, try to work with CEOs, GEO, WMO, GECOS in towards for the climate actions in the future. So this is must. Actually, as Yana mentioned, it has not been happened well in the past. Now it's a time, because I'm from the space agency. So let me just introduce about the space agency data sets, and then in terms of the climate action. Usually you might know that the climate, in case of the climate, you said about we need the data for 30 years. You know, as you may know, all the meteorological agency, they said about you need the data 30 years at least, so that we can discuss about how the climate change is happening. What about the satellite data? We are now almost ready for providing a space-based data. 30 years accumulated data sets is now almost getting ready in various space agency. For example, in JAXA, we have our observation activity has begun almost 30 years. And then our satellite series is continuously, some satellites fail, some satellites just have some small gaps between the data sets, but accumulation of the data sets is now getting almost 30 years. So we feel, but by the way, that's what NASA Landsat has almost 40 years. MODIS, NOAA, BIOS, that's kind of a multispectral radiometer series is almost more than 30 years. So from the space-based point of view, we are now ready to cooperate with in situ community to conjunction with the integration of the data sets to provide some sort of a consistent data set climate change. So for me, this is the time is ready. And then furthermore, we are now starting to integrate it to the model. So in JAXA, we are now starting our project to integrate it, our satellite as an initialization information for the model output. That makes much more precise information to improve their model activity in the future, both short term and also the long term. I think for the next 10 years, as you mentioned, this project should be run hopefully that more precise forecasting information to be provided by integration between the Earth observation data sets with the model forecast in the next couple of years for the initial improvements. And the next 10 years, we can have more operational usage. This is my really optimistic view, but I think this should be done not just only for the national cases, but also we need some guidance for the GEO cooperation framework, GEO WMO GECOS. I think this is very important to how the international arena can give more encouragement of this type of integration between EO data, model, and in situ is highly, strengthened about our both international and national activity. So that's my stop. I'm stop here.
Thank you very much. And I will turn to Monica, taking also the message from Mark about the last mile. I mean, you're representing a bit the end users and the private sector. And I would like to have your vision on how things will evolve. Do you think that these climate services will become a commercial market at some stage? Or do you feel that it is already a commercial market? What do you see the role of the private sector also in the governance? Mark mentioned and Osamu mentioned the fact that the current system was discussed 15 years ago, perhaps without this private or the commercial aspects that we have now. How do you see the future now from your point of view of, you can take.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you also for inviting ERSC to be here. So for those which doesn't know the association, we do represent the Earth observation value industry in Europe. And having said that, and also reflecting the half glass of water, maybe I will also be in that direction, because the companies could be users of climate essential variables data, but could be also providers. The sector has extremely grow exponentially in the last years. We have been seeing this process from 10 years ago or 11, and I think it's about 10% of the growth in the sector, which means it's not only value-added service companies, but also data provision services. So we do have today emissions that are coming from the private sectors that are deriving land surface temperature, for example. So this is coming from the private sector. So it's just to put the situation that private sector is not only in the last mile, it's also approaching in the provision of data. But having said that, as a EO value-added company is a representation, we also have this half vision. No? There is companies that are very used to work with essential climate variables, ingesting that information into the models, but delivering this intelligence to the users. But who are the users? For us, they are other users that are maybe the municipalities, the local authorities, or the regional authorities. So these are the ones that our community is serving as users. In this context of essential variables, I think our community is also a user of such a data. And they have, from what I see, they have this complexity sometimes of acquiring this data, because it has been mentioned this morning about the standardization or harmonization of the data sets, interoperability. So these things are already in the process, so I'm glad to see that. But there's still a lot on that direction. But maybe Mark was referring about the last change, no, the last mile. I mean, it's kilometers, years. I mean, I don't know how to scale that. But I know that there is a lot of adopters now in the local dimension. When I think, climate is not only about global, it's also be localized. And our members, for at least our companies, are serving directly this local dimension. And I think for that, it is very difficult to put as one variable that could fit equally to the multiple globe. I mean, it's completely different. Also because the localization is driven not only about this particular variable, it could be also the social dimension of that city. It's different to work with agriculture, a population, that people that is living on the coast. So there are certain variables, I will say, that adding into that other variables, which are more technical. So the last mile for us is not only in the technical scientific part, it's really, I think this morning has been said about this socioeconomic component and the geography mindset thinking in a holistic approach. So I think we will get there. We have early adopters, so we are optimistic in this sense, but it's true that companies also, they need to do a kind of re-skilling or upskilling to the new dimension of the variables. The companies are very focused on the target, but when there are new data sets, they need to re-skill and upskill. And I think education on that direction, or re-skilling and upskilling in the workforce, is something that this community should take into account. And then this process upskilling and skilling, you need to develop that for the user. So it is always a kind of awareness, training, back and forward, but I think we are there. So in an optimistic point of view, yes, industry is adopting this to deliver evidence or impact, and the localization component I think is very interesting to take into the table, because it is difficult to work for standards, interoperability, when you are really thinking in Europe, I don't know how many, 90,000 local municipalities. So the scale is also interesting to take into account. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Before we go to the second part of this panel, are we ready with? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, third time lucky. Now, if you try the QR code, you should see a short survey about the journey from observations to climate services. Hopefully everyone starts nodding. Yeah, excellent. And so we can diffuse. Do you want to look at these live, the answers, or do you want to come back to them?
Well, it will take some time.
Yeah.
We can put that as in the
We'll leave
the
this up.
screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. The same question to Osamu then. We see that we are under also the project of the European Commission, developing a number of data hubs. We have several in Copernicus. We have projects that are offering platforms for working with the data. There are many of them. There is the European Open Science Cloud. There is different initiatives. What is your opinion? Is this creating new opportunities or creating problems?
Well, first of all, looking at this, I think there's a lot of half-empty glass people in this room, but never mind. Well, first of all, before I get to the specific platform discussion, just a couple of other general points, I think, on kind of the disconnect of where we are now and where we want to be going. I think the first is both in GEO, and I know this is also a kind of the philosophy in WMO as well, this whole idea of research to operations. I think we have made a lot of progress, but we still haven't solved this completely. At the moment, we're having a discussion in Europe in the context of Earth observation activities in Europe and in Copernicus, together with colleagues in DG DEFIS and RTD, together with the broader Copernicus community, to define an update to a strategic research and innovation agenda that will be ready for the next framework program starting in 2028. And there, what we hear as we're starting to consult with different communities is we need to find additional mechanisms and tools to ensure that elegant transition from all of the incredible research that's been done into the operations and sustainability pipeline. So I think that's the first point. Of course, if I can give a positive aspect to that, in Copernicus, one thing we have that I think works well, and I think could be also transposed at the global scale, is this idea of core services, where we generate core service outputs and products that are already providing a certain amount of systematic processing and assessment, and that you could use as a basis to start to develop downstream services, last mile applications on top of. On the platform specifically, since you asked about that, I think there are different platforms in Copernicus at the moment, it's true, but I think in honesty, we're at kind of an early phase in, well, early may seem a big thing, but at least over the last 10 years, there's been a number of occasions where we have rationalized the data platforms and interfaces to data. And gradually, we're kind of converging to something which is becoming more and more integrated, or not necessarily integrated, but at least federated. And I think that's the key. I think we can't force integration for these data platforms and services, but we should be encouraging federation between them. Just two other points. One is, well, two and a half, I guess. One is linking to something Monica said. We can't expect that the ECV product requirements are the only source of requirements that are provided to data providers in their efforts to generate products. And in many cases, we have to find a way, and I know CEOS and CGMS have on different occasions suggested this to GECOS. We need to find a way to provide still a rigorous definition of requirements, but across different application areas, because only in that way will we get a structured approach to generate products and services. And one way of doing that is basically reverse engineering the value chain. So we shouldn't be thinking of the value chain from observations to delivering a product, but we should be thinking of it the other way around. What are the decision making and policy requirements, and how do we work our way back through that to this? I think, well, actually, just one addition to that, there are success stories. One example I would like to give, and I'd like to also link that to what another point Monica was making, is what we did in Europe for the greenhouse gas monitoring capability. So back in 2015, in advance of the COP in Paris, we decided in Copernicus that we had a gap, in that we didn't have really any dedicated activities for monitoring greenhouse gases systematically in the context of the operational program. Of course, there were research expertise in Europe. And so we put in place this, what is now called the Copernicus CO2 MVS system, which is basically a fully integrated data simulation system with a constellation of satellites and all of the ground segment and infrastructure required to underpin that. But we started from those original needs that we knew were going to be there in the context of the Paris Agreement, the global stocktake process, and all of this. And we worked our way backwards through the value chain to address that. And then we said, this is not something we can just do as Europe alone. We need an international collaboration. So first we started discussions inside CEOS and CGMS on how to collaborate on the space segment. And then in discussions, of course, with the WMO, which then resulted in the creation of G3W as the framework, not only for the observations themselves, but for the data simulation systems and output products on top of that. So if we could replicate what we did there for greenhouse gases across all the different areas of climate observations and services, I think we'd be in a very good. I think that was a very structured approach to how we set up this mechanism, and I think we should replicate that. And my very last point, I know I'm going a bit over time, Paolo, is just to say, I think the last problem is what I would call constituency locking. So the WMO and its members obviously have very well-defined set of constituents, the NMHSs and their users, and climate service development has often been thought of in that context, and that's excellent because the NMHS is a very structured setup and how they deliver products and services. What we're seeing increasingly is more and more is that these requests for climate services are coming from extremely broad range of requirements. And I think in climate action, this link between WMO and GEO is good because GEO has members and principal representation, which come from a very broad range of ministries. And I think that diversity, although perhaps not as structured as in the case of the WMO with the NMHS implementation, is something that will, in the long term, really bring value to creating targeted services for different categories of users. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. And I'll just transition to you, Monica, because I think perhaps you can comment on the fact that, you know, what Mark was mentioning, starting from the end of the value chain and the user requirements. Perhaps this is typically where you have something to say.
Yes, yeah, thank you. Yes, it's user requirements, but it's still the definition of the users also is important. From the final user requirements, I believe that this is definitely, and has been said this morning about the co-design, collaborate with the users in an agile approach. So you get the requirements, you inject it into the discussion of the essential variables, how the implementation will be. The problem is the implementation. I think we are very much evolve somehow in the technical, scientific diversity of the data, how it's integrated with other dimensions of the data, and that, but the implementation itself, I feel that is the crack. And for implementation, and I think it's something that I noted from, I don't know where, but I think it was Jana before, making about the financial, don't be afraid about the investment or incentives. Maybe this is in the scientific community, it's a kind of pushing back, or even the companies are like you are going to make money, but it's really the truth. I mean, if you need to work with a co-design approach, even people from as a civil servant, they need to take the time to invest into providing the comments, why the user requirements, they need the time. So they need to be structured into the methodological approach. And maybe back to your methodology, I took a note here about the methodological fragmentation. It is also important that there is no one method that will serve though, just one single change, but there are multiples. But we need to work also in the methodologies. The success story about the greenhouse gas emissions is one that works. I mean, it's not about replication, but maybe take the things that are really working there. So the methodological fragmentation, I think, is apart from these platform fragmentations, I think is something that we need to take into account. In terms of the data hubs and the platforms, I think the community that they represent, they feel that they really is good because they improve the score availability, cloud processing, accessibility, all these elements. But when you get into the final users, they need to have that in a very simple way. And so there is a kind of bridge that needs to be coming from the science part to the language of that community. And probably it's a matter of language approach about what are the user requirements, how you translate somehow from the policy report, what is the essential variable needed, and you transfer it into the technology, and then it's a kind of the two directions. No, they need to be connected in a matching approach. So I think that is important to take into account. And yeah, and I think I stop here because I have too many notes.
But can you comment also from your point of view, look at the poll and you see that the single entry, these, from the point of view of the private sector. And we know that the private sector may not have a PhD student available all the time to dig into where the data is. What is your comment on this? And then I will ask you the same question as Amu.
Yeah. I think it's very important that we think about I mentioned before about the reskilling and upskilling the people and have in the team multidisciplinary approach. And this is, I think, a trend that I see in the private sector, that they are not only looking now from technical guys or scientific community, are really looking for socioeconomic people or economic people. Really, they have a multidisciplinary approach. So for them, obviously, when you talk about data fragmentation, and that is, I think, still there, but I think the methodological fragmentation, I think, is important. And in terms of skills education, training, I think within the sector, we don't need to take afraid that they are implementing courses for the people. I was in a discussion with someone from the energy sector, I mean, a big company in the energy sector, that he told me that he was taking on Sundays a course on Python. You say, well, yeah, but this is not your company providing that. I mean, we need to take into account that the sector is growing so fast. 2 years ago, Mark mentioned the artificial intelligence was coming, but we need to be flexible and to recognize that we are not able to cope all the knowledge. We need to feel and to discuss with the people, and the collaboration, the approach is probably dispersed, but I think that is something that is important to feel. Skills training, and don't be afraid that recognize that we need to move forward. And data fragmentation is something that maybe, in the companies they are not that, but maybe another company they do synergies also with other elements.
Thank you, and I will for this topic, I will ask the last question to Osamu, and perhaps first question: what is your feedback? What can you comment on the results from this exercise? And then my question will be about AI. Do you think that AI will solve the problem that people are seeing today? What does it really mean to have an AI-ready data set? What is from again the point of view of a space agency? How do you deal with these kind of issues? How do you foresee solutions?
Thanks very much. For me, this is also, I touch on Mark's comment about this is a long-standing issue. So every time it's more than 10 years or maybe 20 years, still we are discussing about metadata, how to harmonize interoperability, standardization, blah, 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 how the interoperability can be done through the CEOs, GEO, whatever. So we almost fed up. But I think we need, we can list it about those problems. We have a problem about the platforms. We have a problem with metadata. We have a problem about the data standardization. Here is the result. But how this problem could be transformed to encourage about a solution in the arena of the international discussion. So this is very important. How we can change our mind. We cannot deliver those kind of issues to our issues, but how to transit to our new encouragement project or maybe activities in the international. This is, I think, important. We need to change our mind because data system standardization is a country issue. Like a European Commission, Japan has a lots of programs for the data integrations and also the standardization, data providing data hubs. But this should be implemented in the countries or the European Commissions or the US and so on and so forth. How we can accumulate those best practices in our GEO or CEOs arena to propagate to these success cases in your countries. So this, I think, is very important to just try to share about what is the best practices, try to facilitate encouragement in the international arena to better project implementation around the world. So I think we need to, this is very great mindset about problem to solutions in country problem to the international solution. So that may be one of the, this is just my idea. And in terms of the AI solution, of course, AI, yes, and the AI-ready data is now under discussion. And then we called about the data lake, about this is the raw data to be AI-ready data. This is also needs to be converted from a data lake implementation. And then we have a middleware, and then we have a kind of an AI interface we call the large language model, which is LLM, which maybe you can ask a Gemini or maybe Claude or something, and just a simple question to ask about where is the best rice can be cropped in Japan. So then middleware working quite a lot about producing, analyzing about the Sentinel data, and then put out Tokyo is the best place in the rice. So that this is just an example, but this is an AI solution for the next maybe 10 or 20 years. In order to do this, I think we need a kind of a foundation model, AI implementation, like a large language model needs to be developed in your data hubs. So this is a new implementation. I think this is a new implementation, new costs may be necessary, but I think this is an AI solution is one of the great, propagate for the technology to not just only for the scientific level, but general people, citizens can utilize AI interface by using a large language model. So this might be one of the solutions. So I will speak.
Yeah. Very quick point, which is one thing that I was thinking about looking here at the answers. I think another thing which we should acknowledge is that the AI kind of revolution itself is pushing us to think more carefully about metadata standardization, about access points, all of these things. So it's driving us to perhaps be more structured in how we discuss with our peers in other data providers to make sure that we do this, because if not, we're going to miss the bus. I mean, that's the whole point. So it's that in itself is driving a lot of these standardization discussions.
Yeah, also on this, and I think I see much more often is about distrust, because there are many new innovation going through the artificial intelligence, but then the final user is about the trust, where is the traceability of the data. It's not the need to know every single step to get the impact of that data into their processes, but at least to have this traceability where metadata is described in a proper way, proper manner, because maybe this user, they are just fine with analysis-ready data, or maybe not, but at least they need to find where the resources come. They really need to find now the trust. And talking with different communities, statistical communities or people from the energy sector or insurance, they need to know where the data is coming.
And to continue this discussion, since this is the third topic that I wanted to address, the fact that we have to work at international level. And the question is, perhaps first to you, Osamu, where is the best place to discuss standardization, interoperability, because what we see is that it's very difficult to discuss that at international level, and you may have more regional strategies than international strategies in place. That's easier to do. What is your opinion on that? Where do you see the fora for this kind of discussion?
That is a bit difficult question, because particularly for the Asia, and then there's some cultural differences between Europe and Japan in terms of the standardization implementation. Because European always kind of a ECV discussion, we sometimes just a bit tricky for us just whether we should follow with all the systematic ECVs variable, because we might want much more focus on the more topical, priority ECV such as precipitation or baby biomass should be much implemented first, not entirely. So this might be some Japanese way, just focusing on what is your country problem. Like a precipitation, we are severely heavy rain in the summer season, and then we have a lot of snow in the Hokkaido or some area. That is our national focuses. In that kind of situation, implementation standardization still are kind of affecting about the national interest. So in that situation, yeah, we of course participate in the standardization discussion, but how to align with the national interest might be one of the big issues too. And then, but I believe still that standardization should be discussed at the international level, because this is, at least we should not lose about this opportunity for the discussion arena. Then people are going back to their country to discuss about, we have a lot of these domestic circumstances which cannot approve for this standardization. That's fine. We can just try to make something long-standing discussion dialogue should be continued. And then this should be more transparent. What is your problem in your country so that we can discuss about both Japan and European, what is the differences about this? This should be much more transparent. But this is not a perfect answer, but this is.
And Monica, what is your point of view then, from the point of view of the private sector on this standardization? On the fact you mentioned that you're not only 5 minutes, but I was told by my boss Martin that I had 10.
Yeah.
So I'll, if you can stay 5 minutes more or 10 minutes more, that's perfect. You'll still have food. You mentioned that it's not only about end users, the private sector, it's also about data provision. So what do you foresee, how do you foresee the role of the private sector in standardization exercises and these kind of things?
Yeah, well, standardization could be quite demanding. So depends how the service, the private sector would like to use that data. If it is really to ingest that data into their models and then use that data with another data sets and integrate that to deliver this service, then they don't want to have spend a lot of time on understanding this. So someone needs to be really certifying that these data sets or this standardization is there. So they pick that information and they move the last mile. If they are involved into the value chains, certainly I think certifying the workflows, I will say, because certifying products is going to be very, very difficult because they are such a diversity of certifying possible products that if you need to go through all the process, that is difficult. So my question here will be, why not make the effort to certify the workflows, maybe workflow for greenhouse gas emissions or certify other types of dimensions. So maybe it's vague the question because I think it's difficult to answer. Also, maybe like Osamu, it is difficult. But I think we are obviously the industry is in favor of standardized, certified activities. But then when it's getting very complex, it's just maybe to be a little bit more flexible in the context. I think we cannot make a lot of generalization here.
Thank you. And you, Mark, what is your opinion on who should define, where do we work to define standards? Who should be in responsibilities? And also, you're from representing a bit the European Commission and for the WMO side, Region 6. How do we make sure that we don't leave other regions behind? And I'm not talking about the Asia Pacific. I'm talking about places where they may not have all the capacity that we have in the richest regions.
Yeah, well, first of all, to be perfectly frank, we look to this building often to provide that basis for international frameworks for standards. But I'll also be frank in saying if it ends up due to resources, due to whatever reasons not being possible for this building to provide those, then of course we find other methods to establish these standards. And that's more, I would say, on the technical standards. I also completely agree with what Monica said. There are aspects as Earth observation services become more and more used in legal context. There are other aspects of certification and things like this that become important that is probably not the role of this building, but someone else's to address this. And I think this, especially if we're thinking on a 10-year horizon, will become more and more important. So maybe one other, I think, positive example on standardization and to make the link to the private sector. So we've been discussing a lot on the downstream role of the private sector, but as Monica said, there's also a very active engagement on the upstream side of things increasingly. And I think, and Osamu is aware of this as well, but recently, for example, in CEOS, there's been an effort to think about how we can make better use of these point source missions that are used for greenhouse gas monitoring. So there's this general method that you've probably heard of called tip and cue, where you're basically using the wall-to-wall coverage that we have from the public missions, and then complementing that when we identify hotspots to zoom in with the high-resolution mappers. And there was an effort over the last 2 or 3 years in CEOS to define standards so that basically the commercial actors or partners could engage with us in a more transparent way. This is what we need. This is how we would combine it with our data. And then that provides. So I think that type of kind of standard setting, or at least guideline setting, let's say, is important. And then the last point is I come back again to this issue of the requirements. I understand that it's probably not feasible for an organization like GECOS, for example, to scale up to address all of these different things. But I still think, and this comes to Monica's point on workflow standards, that you could establish kind of protocols that allow other people to define user requirements for different application areas and different specific topics that could then be at least curated by the WMO or GECOS or by someone else. If you have a standard protocol others can follow, then you gather requirements and you put them in the same context. Yeah, and that's it. And then I just wanted to reiterate something Osamu mentioned earlier as well, which is CEOS as well has other activities such as those on analysis-ready data. And there's a couple of activities there on standards that are looking, for example, at enhancing the ARD specification so that it also includes elements related to stability, which could be used then more in the climate context, and of course the AI readiness of ARD datasets.
Thank you very much. I think I will skip my last part about the next steps to give the opportunity to people here in the room. If you want to ask a question or comment on what has been said. Well, I think we have a couple of minutes to do that. I don't know if any comments from your side. Yes, Franz.
Yes, I have a question regarding what you said earlier. I think this interface between space-based observation and in situ is quite an interesting one. You said space-based are now getting ready to actually start looking at climate series because you need at least 30 years. In situ also is not always as stable as needed, and there are also issues. And particularly how these two things correlate with it. How can you really make sure, because I think the space-based needs the in situ to calibrate, to make sure you're not watching a drift in your instrument, but to watch a real trend in the atmosphere or wherever. And where do you see the critical points in this interface, or where we need to really work on to make this work as optimal as possible?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. Thanks. And then from the space-based observation committee, as you mentioned about, we have in situ data necessary for our satellite data calibration validation. But at the same time, for the climate study, we need kind of an integration, both sides. And then in that sense, we need a kind of a more long-term data sets. And I think we need a kind of both project, but try to encourage more, both communities should be sustained. And the space-based committee like a CEOS CGMS is quite a systematic way. As Mark mentioned about, this is a long-standing, more than 30 years, 40 years, I believe long. While the in-situ committee is something a little bit sparse about not much systematic way. How we can get more synergized between the CEOS system into the in-situ. Probably this is also the long-standing issue, but we really like to maybe a joint project between the CEOS and the in-situ community under this framework could be one of the proposal, and then kind of whether this could be a space-based calibration project or might be more climate modeling activities. I think this might be one of the possible way to go, how we can work together between the space agency community with the in-situ community under this framework. Is we need to discuss further about that.
And before you comment that, I would like to mention that the last meeting of GECOS was integrating people and committee from CEOS, Working Group on Climate, and the iClimate Action people. So we try to do that. Obviously, that's just a single project, and we need a bit more. But I just wanted to mention that. Mark.
Yeah, just to add on Osamu's response to France. I mean, first of all, of course, it's obvious that reanalysis is perhaps, I think, a primary tool that has shown incredible benefit in integrating the space-based and in situ aspects, of course, through data assimilation and integrated in the modeling. And just to give you, I don't think, has Vincent Henri arrived already? No. But they have recently done an economic analysis of the value of the products from the ECMWF delivered Copernicus services. And reanalysis was the highest value product by a long way. I think I estimated, I can't remember the number now, maybe Mitch, you can remember, but I estimated it basically would cover the whole, just that one product would cover the whole Copernicus budget dedicated to C3S over the 7 year of funding. So, I mean, it's a substantial amount of money. So I see that as a good way to bring the in situ and satellite communities together. The other point to make is that in CEOS and CGMS, we have now for the last 10 years hosted this ECV inventory. Now it's called the CDR inventory, but which I think now has over 1,000 products in it or something. So it's a very substantial. And we did early on in that process offer this infrastructure as well to the in situ community if they wanted to put their data records inside this inventory and that could be made available to the broader community. Yes, I think there wasn't a clear who is the owner of that task in a sense. You know, I think we were trying to discuss with WCRP and with GCOS to see the GCOS panels how we could arrange this. Obviously, we can't take the CEOS and CGMS agencies can't take the responsibility of curating the in situ data. We will provide the infrastructure, we will provide the methodologies, but we could never, you know, it wasn't clear who the counterpart was, I guess.
Go ahead.
It's really a quick one, but I think it's a good example because a couple of years ago was in discussion at the Commission, the carbon removal certification framework. There, in that moment, there was the questioning about the uncertainty of the satellite-derived data. A couple of years before, they understand that the uncertainty is not only in the satellite-derived data, it's really in the in situ data, it's in the model. So I think now calibration and validation with in situ data, that was the I say old term that is used only for that, but also now it's about uncertainty. Uncertainty need to be there, need to be clarified, need to be traceable, but it is not only the question about the people questioning the satellite-derived community, it's really questioning the model and other factors because sensors have also errors. So even if they are coming from the in situ side. So
There's always uncertainty.
Thank you very much. I think we have to stop now. You have the food waiting for you, but I would like to thank our panelists. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Martin and Ludivine for organizing the session and the European Commission because this is in the framework of this iClimate Action project that I invite you to join if you're interested. Osamu, I heard what you said, and you'll be contacted. But if other people want to be involved, we have possibilities to. We need experts to think about these kind of issues. So thank you very much, and have a good lunch and a good meeting. Yeah.
Thanks, Paolo. Just to say, everybody, the sessions will commence at 2 p.m. Is this even more? You can. Okay. 2 p.m. Back where you need to be. There'll be nothing in this room till 5 o'clock, I think. But yeah, enjoy your lunch. Cheers.
大运河这几年的变化美了起来，整。整个两岸都新了起来。2、3天不到河边转，就觉得少了点什么，哪怕不带相机，也要去看一看，到河边坐一坐。
日与夜的流转是你，快与慢的变奏是你，古与今的共鸣是你，都与城的融。
大运河这几年的变化美了起来，整个两岸都新了起来。2、3天不到河边转，就觉得少了点什么，哪怕不带相机，也要去看一看，到河边坐一坐。
日与夜的流转是你，快与慢的变奏是你，古与今的共鸣是你，都与城的融合是你。
and it moves there. So with that respect, you can I'm just going to announce that we are just checking the level of the coffee break, so we may go maybe some minutes later before we start so that everybody who wants can attend the session.
Surge de escena.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the last session of today, the first day of GEO Symposium. And the topic today is Earth Intelligence for Impact, but with urban frame in mind. So I'll just introduce briefly the idea of the session, the genesis of it, where it came from, and then I'll pass over to our moderator and chair, Thomas Kemper from the JRC. So Thomas and I both sit on a working group. It's probably the most recently established of the GEO working groups, designed to reflect the commitment to, well, the engagement priority, I should say, on resilient cities and human settlements. We're about 18 months, 2 years in, and as a working group, the idea of that was to try and better connect the Earth observation community, producing data, information and tools with an urban context in mind, connect that community with a community of policymakers, decision makers, practitioners working in cities. This was somewhat different to some of the engagement that GEO's had over its last 2 decades, in that we're directly trying to engage with city and urban local governments and organizations that represent them. So city networks, urban policy organizations like the UN Habitat, and really have a structured conversation in that working group about the needs of those urban decision makers and policy makers, and what the Earth observation community can do to service some of those needs. Today, we're going to hear from 4 or 5 examples of urban Earth intelligence in action, or for impact, and then have a short panel discussion amongst all of you. And we're in this very unintimidating round room with no stage. So hopefully it will encourage free flow of conversation. I won't say much more. I'll pass over to Thomas, and also welcome to anyone joining online through the Zoom feed.
Yeah, thank you, Martin. Maybe move right away to the next slide. Again, I introduce quickly myself. I'm Thomas Kemper, working for the European Commission Joint Research Center in northern Italy. So I had a nice train ride here to Geneva. I'm leading there the Global Human Settlement Layer project that is also trying to provide global information about buildings and settlements. I'm also part of the Copernicus Emergency Management Service that tries to provide this data then also in an operational context. And in GEO, Martin mentioned already the Resilient Cities and Human Settlement Working Group, but there's also another initiative, the UN Planet Initiative, that is co-led by us here at the JRC. So as Martin mentioned, during this session, we want to really see a bit how we can connect the user side with the producer side to see really how well we are doing with connecting those two sides. Or are we really still at a stage where we are thinking we have a great product and don't understand why the cities don't use it? So this is a bit really the framing, and that's also where you go to the next slide, please. Where we set up this session in 2 parts. So the first one will be the use case presentations. We will have 4 use cases, and then following a panel discussion. If you go to the next slide again, and one more. We also try to provide the presenters with a bit of a frame that helps us then in the panel discussion to see a bit where we want to go. So they should look into the decision context that we want to address. Is this on heat islands? Is this on urban regeneration, or whatever else you may think of? And then what can Earth observation contribute there? What did work, and also try to identify gaps that can help us then to improve also the work that we are doing in the GEO work program. And what we also try to do is really have here 2 voices coming in, so that we have part of the presentations co-shared with 2 speakers, one from the user side, if you wish, and another one from the Earth observation side. This did not always work, but at least we have then people that can still relate to both sides of it. And I think with that, we can move to the next slide already. So I would like to present to you the distinguished speakers of the first part of the session, the presentation of the 4 use cases. We have a use case from the city of Ioannina, where I have the pleasure to have Eleni Atanasopoulou from the National Observatory of Athens in Greece, and she's a research scientist at the National Observatory of Athens and a member of the Atmospheric Physics and Chemistry group. Her expertise lies in the numerical atmospheric modeling with a focus on chemical interactions involving particulate matter. And then we have next to her Evangelos Brakos from the municipality of Ioannina in Greece. So a user, but he's also still a researcher. He's a geomatics engineer and a PhD candidate at the University of Ioannina, where his research focuses then on the dynamics of urban transformations. So really on spot on the topic here. Then I have the pleasure to introduce Professor Wu, who is sitting next to me from the Tongji University, Wupen in China. And he's an expert in urban and rural planning and a reputed educator in engineering innovation. You're a pioneer in urban and rural planning, theory and engineering practice, and elected member of the Chinese Academy of Engineering since 2017. Then to my right, we have Martin Clark, that most of you know already, part of the GEO Secretariat, but he has also a long experience in working as an urban development specialist in many places all around the world. Then we have Richard Fu from Helios CubeSat on the other side of this panel. He's the Chief Executive Officer at Helios, a London-based project launching a CubeSat, and he will tell us a bit also about this project in one part of the sessions. And then last not least, we have Nev Tavrotsi, who is on my right-hand side from the National Observatory of Athens. She's a biologist and landscape ecologist who specializes in urban biodiversity and climate resilience. She uses satellite data and Earth observation tools to map human pressures on cities. And she's, what she will talk about today, also a member of the Urban Heritage Climate Observatory that tries to look into the situation of the urban heritage. And with that, I think we can start with our first use case presentation from Greece. And I have to invite all presenters to stick within those 10 minutes so that we have some room for discussion afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to say, sorry, Eleni, before you start, Florian will be trying to keep time. So if you see him waving some sheets around, no. But we have the gavel if you do run over. So.
So yes, good afternoon by myself. I was introduced already. I am Eleni. And the first... okay. Now it's okay, I think. The first slide here refers to the GeoNICE, which is a new GEO activity. It is a convener that it is co-chaired by the National Observatory of Athens and Min Paris. And this convener wants to bring together scientists and activities that not working only on climate or on energy or in the urban context, but activities that intersect in all these areas. Among the scopes of this convener, which is, as I said, relatively new, is the integration of initiatives that are from those 3 areas, the development of value-added products relevant to support urban policies, energy transitions, and climate adaptation and mitigation action, but also collaboration between stakeholders, including a cross-sectoral collaboration. So having with us city administration, but also the private sector. So the reason I say so is because GeoNICE invests on projects that can foster discussion and prioritization of solutions that enable cities to become more climate resilient and energy efficient. And one of these projects is Metronome, whose title is Design, Monitoring and Evaluation City Transformative Intelligence. And it is a project that commenced last year, and the Climate Kick awarded us with this fund that comes from the Net Zero City Action. So as you see here, the three of the aims of GeoNICE are transformed and are supported within Metronome. So what we try to do is to create scenarios that mitigate greenhouse gas emissions in the energy and mobility sector, mainly through electrification of buildings and the road transport, to propose green infrastructure, and also to examine the co-benefits of these actions for the air quality of a city. The cities that we work with are two mission cities. One of those is Ioannina. And at this point, I will invite Evangelos to say a few things about this city.
Hello to everyone. My name is Evangelos Brachos. I'm a geomatics engineer. I work in the municipality of Ioannina. And I want to introduce you our city. As you can see in the photo, the city of Ioannina is located on the northwest part of Greece, and is built in the west part of the Lake Pambotida. Is a city. The population of the city is around 65,000. On the traditional urban center, and 100 on the wider city. Eleni?
So as Thomas said earlier, we had to answer to four, let's say, key questions. The first being the needs of the municipality and their action plans. So again, Evangelos is the best person to discuss.
Okay, thank you. Ioannina's climate city contract is a strategic commitment to make the city entirely climate neutral by 2030. As a part of UN mission to 100 climate neutral and smart cities. The core pillars of the climate of the CCC include the sustainable urban mobility, climate neutral zone, energy transition. At the same time, particular emphasis placed on the sustainable urban mobility through the development of cycling networks and the promotion of friendly modes transportation. Finally, we are responsible for organizing, planning, and executing climate neutrality initiatives.
So then the question that we wanted to answer is what data turns the decision context into evidence. So here you see a big list of the data that we are using in the frame of this project for the area of Ioannina. That are coming from Copernicus services, or not only Earth observation data, but also data from the National Statistical Services, from the cadastre, that have to do, of course, with parameters of the building sector, the road sector, and as well relevant to the green area and atmospheric data. What we did through this data is to produce, in the end, high-resolution geospatial mapping of several parameters that are relevant to these sectors that we are working on, that are shown all the time in the orange box that you see on top. And we are building currently an online decision support system, which will be publicly available to all and can support basically the municipal authorities to compare the scenarios for greenhouse gas mitigation. Next. Next, the question is where Earth observation makes the difference. The metronome is a running project, so we cannot respond to what made the difference after the project, but at the moment, what we know and we are experiencing is that Earth observation supports and enriches existing data. You see here several of the calculations that we are performing based on EO and the rest of the data pool I've showed you before. For example, we calculate the building energy performance and consumption per building block due to the GDPR restrictions, the greenhouse gas emissions, photovoltaic energy potential, and as I said before, the air quality co-benefits that I say this going to the next, which is to compare the intervention options. As I said, we run different scenarios so we can inspect the greenhouse gas emission savings through electrification of buildings with or without the PV penetration, the air quality co-benefit, as I said before. And of course, CO data have been used, let's say, to educate, contribute to knowledge, yes, as I said, and to support the stakeholder and community engagement. Do you have anything to add with respect to your ambition from the project?
Yeah, thank you. The ambition of this platform is, as a municipality, to use it as a decision operation to the level of intervention, and as an example for an action or for electrification to see the impact on the city.
Last but not least, it could be that gaps remain before decision can be fully supported. But again, of course, Evangelos can say more about this.
One thing that is not in this program is the real-time data. The real-time data which could allow us to monitor in real time, and when we make a decision and an action in to see the result of okay of these actions. Thank you.
I think that was all. So here we have consolidated in one slide the answers with respect to the decision concept, the EO input, what worked and what's missing. I guess I don't have time to repeat.
No, but I think probably these slides will be made also available after the meeting, so that's where everybody can then get also a nice summary of what is happening in the city of Ioannina. So thank you very much, and thank you also for staying in time. So let's move to another part of the world and more specifically to China. And I hand over to Professor Wu to explain us about his Earth observation applications in China.
Okay, it's a great honor for me to come back to China. That's the 10 years ago when we stopped to make the Beijing Supercenter. That's actually a lot of things is for me also new to learn because I come from South China, from Shanghai, and I go to the Beijing. So it's very really it's learn a lot because before we start the international competition, I say to my team, please really to investigation of the people, what's the people needs. And this is the center, or as we see, only 20 kilometers from the Chinese Tiananmen Square in the east side. But if you go there, you will suddenly very surprised. There's so much water, so much river. It's normally we think from North China, we don't think it's have so much water like in Shanghai, near Shanghai from that time. And then we found it's also on the other side is through a very bigger dam because of the autobahn. That's the street make a bigger dam to make the both sides suddenly cut down. And then we really start to investigation of not only the natural situation, was the river was closed, also the people. I make the 500 people interview before we launched the project. And through that, it's unbelievable, it's a bigger surprise for me. 52 people concerned about the floods. That's in North China, it's not in South China. So it's a really very big lecture for me. And why? That's really, I say, that's every people really always say climate change in Beijing, in North China, then you can really find the dramatic change because the water from the line of the 8 millimeter as our calculation every year goes so fast in this new century from south to north. So that's the biggest climate change in China. So we use a lot of data. So from there, I looking for the data from the first historic record in Beijing in 1882. That's the first date of the water. So I calculate, my team calculate exactly not only the history to today, also every year what will happen and what's in the different parts in Beijing. And as you can see the water from, it's really rising very bigger disaster can be in this area. Why? That's the reason so much people, more than half people concerned about the bigger floods. So we make very exactly the strategy from the upstream. We should be really the storage the water because this water is certainly only 3 days, biggest 1 week, but it's really every drop water for the North China is the whole year very valuable for their urban maintenance. And in the middle stream, we make the diversion because the water would like keep the water really keep in the very secure the dam. And for the downstreams, we make the dry nature and to go to the ocean. So we make this is the concept of the ecological conservation rings, make the water can be, this is actually, and that's the one side we learn is the strategy, but the most important is how can you exactly make the water concept can be suitable for, adapted for this bigger climate change. So we make the 19 different concepts to division exactly for this simulation. And after simulation, we make the final decision. And to make the peak time, the water will be reserved in the another buy side. So that's in the, now it's 10 years already. We make very proud that the both sides, we keep the water always every year only 1 meter. But before we make this, the engineering, this should be every year from the low side to the high side is 7 meters difference. So, okay, thank you. So we make this finished, and you can see in the 2024, 1st June, in the another side, the upstream is already so big fruits, but in our downstream is still for the people secure. So I'm very proud in this last 10 years we do it. Otherwise, we should certainly we learn a lot from the world, different cities, and we say this is really the sort of data you can learn a lot from the world. So finally, I will show you that's the today after 10 years. Can you play the video? Only 30 seconds. You can see today the situation. This is the sub-center in Beijing and the east side of Beijing. So much water, so make people much more happy today because we control the really the water different size. So it's very make people really very happy. I just come from these sides last 2 years ago, and yes, they come from this side, come back. I think I'm very happy that use the data and also accept. Thank you very much. That's my presentation.
Okay. I think we still have time for the video, no?
Yeah. This is second 30 seconds video. 大运河这几年的变化美了起来，整个两岸都新了起来。2、3天不到河边转就少了点什么，哪怕不带相机也要去看一看，到河边坐一坐。
日与夜的流转是你。
It was the totally dirty water, only very small, but now it's made much keep the level of the water.
的融合是你。你的今天已经令人们惊叹，你的明天必将更加璀璨夺目。
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you again for also staying very much in time. Very good. So this will open up maybe opportunities for more discussion later on. Now we move to something that if you were here in the morning, you heard already a little bit about it in the opening session. We will talk about the Global Heat Resilience Service and how this is being implemented under GEO, and there's nobody else better than Martin to do that together with our colleague Richard. I hand over to you.
Thanks, Thomas. I mean, it is very hot outside and we've heard a lot about heat already today. So what I want to try and do today, and as Thomas said at the start, we have the idea that we present two sides of the story, the supply and the demand. So I'm going to have my kind of decision-maker hat on rather, and then I'll pass to Richard, who will explain a bit more about solutioning. As you probably heard this morning, so GHRS is now nearly 2 years old, and what began as this idea that we should look at what the Earth observation community could do to provide urban decision makers with climate risk information, particularly around extreme heat, in a very targeted way, has become a kind of collection of experiments, action research, looking at lots of very many different use cases. I think I said this morning, and Thomas, you can give me the exact figure, but something like 15,000 human settlements on the planet, about 50,000 people, each with a very unique set of economic, governance, climatic, environmental contexts which shape how decisions are made. Heat is a particularly fragmented effort, really. There's very rarely a single decision maker in a city that is responsible for understanding heat. It's often the efforts of lots of different people in different departments. And so one thing we've been looking at through the Heat Resilience Service is a series of case studies or use cases that actually articulate in more detail the specific context that an individual might find themselves making a decision across a whole range of decision sort of time spaces. And that's everything from emergency response, preparedness, strategic planning, policy reform, and behavioral change. It's been designed for impact from the start. This session is supposed to be about impact. And although we're a pilot, which means we've got lots of experiments running, much like Eleni said, like some of the fruits of our labor have yet to kind of reach this top level impact yet, but we have a direction of travel. We know where we want to go, and we know this isn't just about developing technical products because we can. It's about having listened to partners in cities through networks like the C40 cities, the Global Covenant of Mayors, Resilient Cities Network in ICLE. We've been able to try and articulate what we want to change in the long term and trace that back to these discrete kind of technical outputs that the project could make. It's by no means been just the GEO Secretariat. We've been the convener in some senses, but a lot of the logos that you see on this slide have all played and continue to play a role. And in fact, this is probably not doing the sort of partner map justice. We've got people who are providing strategic inputs like the WMO and GCOS. We also have implementing partners, technology companies. You heard about some of those this morning. And this is kind of a dynamic map in a way in that we are constantly coming across other initiatives from partners that are speaking to some of the use cases that we're trying to investigate. We've been kind of actively designing and testing tools with our cities. So this is just one example from C40 and IBM and the Global Covenant of Mayors, where we've got to the point of developing decision support tools that have been shaped by the cities that try and speak to the data and information needs that they told us they have. And now begins a process of testing these tools with them to ensure that what they're seeing, what they're getting, and the data that they can work with and interrogate is indeed what they need and is useful in a decision-making or planning context. The whole exercise really has been about learning as we're doing. And as I think I said this morning, we didn't claim to know everything from the outset, but we are certainly learning as we go along. One of the conversations that we had, I think it was possibly 3 or 4 months ago now with C40 cities, was an introduction to the Helios team who are sitting in the room with us today. And their story really kind of spoke to me, really spoke to the ambition, the ethos of the Global Heat Resilience Service. This was a team of young people designing and building a CubeSat to monitor heat and other things in urban settings. So I'll pass over to Richard to tell you a little bit about their project and how that fits in with the whole GHRS story. Richard.
Yeah, thanks, Martin, for the generous introduction, and also thank you for Martin and Thomas for hosting this session, and also thanks for everybody else who's here today. It is an honour to be speaking to you. As you may have looked at the news recently, I mean, we're a London-based team, and the UK has just experienced, I think, its hottest May day on record since the recording started, I think, in the 19th century or the 20th century. So extreme heat and the problem we face nowadays really speaks to the scale. Well, this really speaks to the scale of the challenge we face in terms of extreme heat and how it's impacting people's lives. And as Martin also mentioned, as Helios team, we do not claim to know all the answers. We definitely do not. And in some senses, I would say we're quite naive. We have to learn more, and that's what we're here today for. But what I'm aiming to do today is just to share what we've learned so far and what we've sort of developed to develop proposed solutions and products that we can roll out and potentially tackle this gap. So as you can see from the slide there, what's missing in Earth observation and Earth intelligence we've identified. There is a bit of a divide, and through conversations I've had today as well, there was a bit of a divide between different places, different cities, and what kinds of data they have. For one, we've talked to the Greater London Authority. They have quite a complete data set of extreme heat, and they're pretty well informed about it. But some other cities may not, and that is one problem that we're aiming to tackle. The other problem is the type of data. There are a lot of different data sets out there. It's pretty fragmented, but also a lot of the data sets are really strong. Some of the data, from the conversation we've had and we've not had, we've realised that sometimes the data isn't really geared towards solutions and monitoring how the solutions are going to have an impact. And also, resolution data. Sorry, that slide is a bit wrong. That says it says data that's often high resolution. It's some data, and especially a lot of the more easily accessible data on the market is pretty low resolution, and doesn't really take into consideration sort of bottom up local concerns. So concerns from individual boroughs and individual districts themselves even within the city, because different boroughs, adjacent boroughs, have very different needs, both socioeconomic and also the things that they might be going through in terms of extreme heat. So those three are the problems that we're trying to tackle for this mission. So these are the solutions we've developed so far. Open access to problem data, so maps like land surface temperature maps, vegetation and water cover maps, and soil moisture maps that we collect. These 20 cities are for our first mission. It is a trial, a proof of concept to show that we can do this. And if this works, we're going to carry on with a larger scope with more cities and a wider geographic spread. As you can see here, we've already tried to put a balanced geographic spread across the world, but there are clear gaps, and we aim to address that in the future after we've proved that this proof of concept works. Also, solution-based data. So in addition to the problem data, we aim to have sort of data analyses, identifying areas where intervention is needed, specific areas, specific districts, and tracking progress of different solutions that are implemented, such as shading spaces and corridors. So different cities, we've talked to London, as I mentioned, they currently are working on a heat risk plan. Some of the solutions are getting rolled out in the next few years or so, between 2027 and 2028. That overlaps with the Helios launch window, and therefore we're in a position to help a lot of cities that might be implementing these solutions like that. It can be small solutions like shading spaces and stuff, but that really does make an impact, and we want to sort of monitor it and see if it is the expected on the expected scale and scope that city authorities and city planners intend. Sorry. These are our layers. I'm not going to delve too much into it right now because of time constraints, but if you want to have a look at it, you can. So, successes and shortcomings. I'm just going to try to whip through this slide as quick as possible. So, successes is that we believe this is a sustainable financial model, and there's high resolution, high impact data that does fit end user requirements, and also keeps life-saving data free, because that is, I think, in my opinion, the most important, and in our opinion, in fact, the most important thing, the important principle when it comes to urban heat. And existing interest in partnerships already. And because, obviously, with all the different things that we've sort of found, there have also been some shortcomings. Things like we haven't talked to enough people, we believe, especially target cities officials, space agencies. We haven't got a fuller picture of local issues. We haven't talked to individual boroughs. I think we should definitely delve more into those individual stories of people and how their livelihoods are getting impacted by heat risk. And also, due to the need to meet that 2027 launch window, the sort of assets-based monitoring, so the financial impact stuff, might not be as open access as the life-saving model. We're currently looking into how we can sort of weigh it, and it's a bit of a challenge for us as well. And we are very open to talking to different people about this and how they are tackling these issues and how we can potentially adopt their models as well. But yeah, these are the challenges we face, because in order to keep on track for the 2027 launch, and also in order to keep scaling this mission sustainably and saving more lives, in fact, that is the trade-off that we've identified. And that could change, but we'll have to see through the conversations in the coming days. So that's our summary. And as mentioned, we are still learning. This is basically a learning exercise. So feel free to talk to me anytime later today or tomorrow. I am very happy to have a chat about what your experiences with heat risk and urban heat are, because we would love to learn more and develop a better kind of model of how we run things if these things are not satisfying the end users. Yeah, thank you so much. That is.
Thank you, Richard, and also Martin for highlighting this topic that especially these days we notice quite a lot, urban heat and how our observation can contribute it. Let's move now to the last case that looks at a slightly different angle of it, but nevertheless very important. We're talking about urban heritage, so looking a bit at what the past left to us, but which is, I think, quite important for us. And I'm handing over to Nefta.
Thank you. I hope you're not too tired for a last short presentation. Okay, I will talk you about the UCO, the Urban Heritage Climate Observatory, which is a GEO convener. It was launched on the beginning of 2021 as a collaboration between the UNESCO World Heritage Center, the GEO, and the Greek GEO office, aiming at identifying and observing the impacts of climate change on the World Heritage cities at a global scale by engaging Earth observation tools and services. Here on the right, you see UCO's ecosystem under the GEO work program. It's a convener, and it embraces multiple frames as the Paris Agreement, the Sustainable Development Goals, the new Urban Agenda, and the SEDAI framework. So one major achievement of UCO was the publication, collaboratively, of course, with UNESCO, of a white paper entitled Climate Change in Mediterranean World Heritage Cities. This policy document assists the state parties, local authorities, and site managers, as well as UNESCO and advisory bodies, in enabling climate action, and actually outlines a pathway to leverage synergies between the World Heritage Convention, the UNFCCC, and other multilateral agreements. This publication is actually based in the study of 114 historic cities and settlements only in the Mediterranean region, reflecting actually its diversity as far as the climate conditions are concerned, but also the threats. With this white paper, we try actually to harness the powerful symbolism of cultural heritage as a means to accelerate climate action and to integrate the protection of cultural monuments into the broader framework of climate policy planning. The Earth observation input lies in the climate model projections of the threats that were identified during the qualitative reporting of observed climate change events and hazards before mapping and analyzing the various geographical patterns. We deployed a set of climate variables and indices tailored to cultural heritage protection commonly used based on literature review. Then two emission scenarios were used for the near and far future periods, and the statistical analysis was conducted to explore the spatial differentiation of the projected climate parameters as well as their temporal trends. According to the outcomes of the white paper, Earth observation can effectively inform climate adaptation and decision making by the future projections that I told you before, that actually show that more than half of the World Heritage Cities will face at least 2 climate threats. EU techniques also are very important for systematic detection, for investigating environmental actions, and of course, continuous EU monitoring helps assess environmental conditions, detect potential changes, and enhance preparedness. The report states that EU-derived information serves to bridge the gap between climate change and cultural heritage communities, providing a collaborative, multidisciplinary framework for strategies. But what did we understand that is actually missing? A critical gap remains between regional climate data and local actionable heritage conservation. EU-based analysis actually has not been conducted for all the 114 cities, and is something that needs to be done. And the report is policy relevant, but not operationally actionable for site managers. So what is needed? Of course, technical training for site managers on EU tools, funding for high-resolution data acquisition, and a centralized real-time platform, such as the Copernicus World Heritage Hub. And in this is something that UCO could really contribute in. Let me go now and actually link with what I just said. What are UCO's next steps? It's to build a community of practice around the heritage, climate, and cities, to bridge climate science and heritage conservation by showcasing EU good practices of World Heritage Cities or other cultural sites, support data poor regions, align with UNESCO indicators that are dedicated to cultural heritage, and UCO can directly inform the future development of online platforms like I am mentioning Copernicus World Heritage Hub because it's the most recent one, a really promising one. And UCO members could actually propose success stories to be to serve as inputs in these real-time platforms. And also these platforms provide a perfect model for UCO's research to operation strategy. Okay, here I have the summary. I won't go into detail because I think that all these things are going to be highlighted during our panel discussion. Just to mention that in the one hand, you can find more information about UCO. And on the other, the right side, you can find the UNESCO white paper that I just was talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think our presenters need another applause because we are really fully in time. So thank you for achieving that. Because this is now where I think it can become a bit more interesting also for everybody to come in and join the next part of the session. We will go a bit beyond 5:15 as announced because we started late, and then we can see also a bit on your mood if you want to how much you want to contribute to the session. So I think to quickly summarize what we heard, we had those 4 examples. We had 2 very concrete city examples, one from Beijing and one from Ioannina, where really concrete applications were demonstrated, and then 2 more a bit general cases, the Global Heat Resilience Service that really tries to address the heat stress at the global level. So with, of course, pilots coming up, but then always thinking about delivering something global. And on the cultural heritage, it was also really from the GEO's perspective of developing something, maybe now focusing a bit more on Europe, based on also the experience Greece is making here, but with the aim of getting more global. So with that, I think we can move into the panel discussion, where we first have selected some of the presenters from the first session to address some specific topics. You see them here on the slide, but then we would also open up to the floor for additional questions. But before we do that, I wanted also to come back to you and the audience, because we were talking about users, producers. So maybe you can raise your hand if you are either more from the user side, so city level, or institutional user, UN body, whatever, that is in need of data, and then on the other hand, the data producer. So who's coming from the user side here, from municipalities, from other institutions, apart from Evangelos? And I think we see already one of the big problems that we are facing here also in GEO. We try to overcome this, but let's say maybe it's also late, but late in the day. But I think it's really still one of the problems we are facing, that we are talking along between us as geospatial Earth observation community as a whole. That doesn't mean that we don't know what we are doing, but I think it really highlights a bit one of the points. So I assume that everybody else would more or less now raise the hand for being a producer, so we can also skip that point. So let me then come to Evangelos, who's sort of the perfect user, because he's working in a city. He's a geomatics expert, working on a PhD, so also has a research background. So he's the one that really can probably translate from his day-to-day work also with the city what is needed. So Evangelos, from your perspective, what does useful Earth observation actually look like in terms of format, scale, and timing? And what would it be really making it actionable in Ioannina? What is your experience also so far in the Metronome project and others? What is working there?
In terms of format, with the Metronome we'll have an online GIS platform, and this is very useful for us, because we will not receive only raw data, because we don't have the people who don't have the expertise to do it, because we have to manage the multidimensional governance and offices. And with an online GIS platform, we will have to operate on a specific action, and on a specific problem, on a specific area, and then we will see the result of this action. It's very important to us, because in the past year we didn't have the opportunity to have the online GIS platform to combine data, to visualize, to make us to operate on a specific area, and to make our city better, to have the benefits of our action. And the time is now. And the time is now because if we want to be on the 2030 on the climate neutral cities, the time is now, and I think we have to run for this.
Okay, good. And maybe to follow up then, how do you really achieve this? So to actually get from a data product that to a decision on the ground, how is this working at the city of Ioannina? This last mile discussion of having something that then still needs to be understood and also implemented at the policy level. So somebody has to then agree, yes, we want to go this way, and we do it like you told us. How is this working? You, Anina, can you tell something already?
Yeah, I think in every municipality in Greece, in every authority in Greece, we have several people to working on it and to make a decision. In some cases, the problem is when a program like this or something that we can a program that manage the city. In some cases, when the funding ends, the programs it no continue, and there is no mechanism to sustain and operationalize its result. And I think it's very important to see the funding and the problem to continue this program on our authority.
So sustainability is really an issue where now you have a mandate to work on it for 2-3 years, but then if no follow-up funding is coming, then activities are shut down.
In some cases, this is the reality in some cases.
Okay. Thank you. Maybe let's move to Beijing and the experience of Professor Wu, who implemented this flood protection project like already some years ago. So maybe you can also elaborate a bit on what determined whether Earth observation really could make a contribution, so that decision makers took a decision based on Earth observation there, and also where maybe things did not work because maybe this Earth observation was, people were too skeptical or it was too complex.
Yes, it's really the question. It's a good question for everywhere everywhere in the world. It's always you state. You say that's important. That's important for the exact for something. But people not listen to you. But in China, you see, that's the culture of Confucius. That means the professor is the biggest people. So if you don't listen to me, I send my new student to go to their position. The student always come back to professors and always listen for the professors. So I send so many my students go to different cities, also go to the Beijing. That's a joke, but it's really very important. Not like the professors just in the university. Professor should be send your student all my life to go to the different position together. Maybe one day the former president students already can be working together for the improvement during the gate, because the new generation comes always use much more, believe that data is important to make the precise decision. So it's I'm very happy that actually it's not everywhere can be so big a project based on the simulation, 19 simulation, exactly. But because my student there, so he is the mayor. So I'm very, very happy. I don't think everywhere you can convince every mayor, but it's really because the students make the with the formal student is always important for professors.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. So that means that the students are coming that then became city manager, mayor. They come to you and ask for advice on how to solve.
Very important. Very important. This is a Chinese tradition. We say one day, my teacher, lifelong my father. So it's always come back. So that's very important to really support their career, but it's also working together for the better city, better life. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Let's move then to Greece again for the cultural heritage and to GEO also, because the work you presented is GEO convener. And we have seen there also today, there's a lot of tools that are around. So cities are not short of those, and there's also technical people in there. But still, maybe there's still something missing. And then now the question is, what can GEO do there, and where is GEO's distinctive value? What can it offer that the current proliferation of platforms and dashboards cannot? So maybe you can look.
Yes, I will try.
A bit in this direction.
Yes, I will try. I think that the main problem, as you said, it's not about that we don't have enough tools, but actually to find the right connections. And apart from having some vertical solutions, either we're talking about the urban environment in general, or if we're talking about the World Heritage Cities or cultural elements into the urban environment. The thing is that we have many vertical solutions that address only one or two issues, one or two threats. I mean, we have nature-based solutions about urban cooling or about flood mitigation, but they're just addressing this issue. We have traffic and pollution monitoring. We have disaster risk management. The point is and the GEO can actually contribute in this, to actually find horizontal solutions that can address multiple threats. And in the case of cultural heritage, actually to provide urban and cultural resilience. For this to happen, of course, we need co-design, we need the funders, we need the data providers, we need the implementers, we need the heritage site managers, all to come together, to talk together, understand the gaps, the needs, and what needs to be done in order to, because I think the main issue and our main goal is to have urban and cultural resilience, as we understood from this session also.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good. Let's maybe open up a bit more then also to the audience. So we learned already there's not so many additional users, unfortunately, in the room that could help us also to identify what are those gaps. But maybe we can turn it around also still from all your experience where you are working. You are probably also, everybody's in touch with users to then have product with them. So maybe you have also some ideas of good examples where things worked, or maybe also where you can illustrate why certain things did not work at all. So that would be very interesting. And I see already Jean-Philippe from the EEA there who is working also in this context. So I would start with him while you can start thinking a bit about additional problems. Eleftherios is then the next one to come in.
Yes, thank you. So, I mean, the EEA, our goal is to build enabling conditions for local climate resilience decision-making by combining, again, knowledge, tool, and reporting. And I think things we've tried to do is actually, because we receive data from all the countries, the importance is to be able to provide data that's comparable across different cities so that, people look at it and want to participate to add more. One of the dimensions we've been working on as well is, I mean, a lot of data we provide is qualitative, and I think in many cases we want quantitative data, something that can be measured and acted upon. And one thing to realize is that it's not always a matter of providing data set, because in some cases the cities themselves have better data set than what you have. So it's a matter of providing something that they can use to really make a better decision. And I think that's pretty much it. But I guess we want to provide data that's actionable at the local level and providing a level of resolution that's sufficient. So in some cases, what's are missing in some lot of our data set is they're too vague. We're like at NUTS level. And if you can provide data like we have climate data at kilometer resolution, then that's a lot more useful. But I guess the idea is to be able to provide something that can be used, locally. And I guess one of the problems is very often we don't have enough engagement at the local level. It tends to be a top-down solution. And looks, we have provided a dashboard. So we have a lot of dashboards, but in some cases we lack sufficient feedback from the end user to actually be able to retailor those solutions. So, I mean, I guess we don't have that much, but one question would be, how do we embed this capacity to get more interaction with, I guess, local cities on the ground?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, there's really this big gap that we have from all the way from the global, national, then to the very local assessment where needs are quite different. But especially if we think about climate adaptation, this is really dealt with at the very local level. So there really, I think we still have quite a long way to go to really stretch from the coarser data that we have all the way to the ground. So maybe hand over to Eleftherios, and for those that don't know you, maybe you tell us about you.
Yes, sure. Thank you. And actually, I will be addressing one point that Jean-Philippe mentioned. So, Eleftherios Mamais, I'm the CEO at Evenflow. So, I'm speaking in that capacity now, not as executive officer at CS. And I want to introduce a few aspects that hopefully will contribute to this discussion. One, about the engagement with users. So, Evenflow, we are running a project for ESA called the Stakeholder Engagement Facility. It's literally dedicated precisely to this subject. So there we have sort of flipped the story. We're not pushing certain solutions to them. We're actually going to their own events. So we're not expecting them to come to an equivalent, let's say, of what we have here. But we are sending our people to their own events, big events, small events, tete-a-tete interactions, and so on. And we're not selling a specific solution. So it's not a single company solution. It's not a single project solution. We actually have the mandate there to represent, in principle, a very large portfolio of things that ESA has funded, but even beyond that. And what we have seen is that with some, let's say, further commitment to pursue that for a long time, this actually works. Because once you are seen in these communities, once you become part of these communities, you become a legitimate interlocutor, you start discussing, and there comes the second key point. We are starting from what they need, not from what EO offers. They come in, they describe their whole operational workflow, the whole operational context, and then we can hopefully advise them on what first could meet partially or fully what they want, and in which way. So there's the training part. The second thing I want to introduce as well for the benefit of this discussion is the value of actually assessing the benefit of EO solutions in support of cities or regional authorities and so on. Because it's one thing to go and say that a certain thing can work and address an operational need. It's another thing to actually put next to it economic benefits or policy-related benefits and how they can comply with certain regulations and so on. So this we're doing under the Sentinel Benefits Observatory. This follows of the Sentinel Benefit Study. So in both cases, we have seen that listening to the users, going to their activities, and also being able to present to them not only technical information, but also how this actually supports what they're doing in ways they understand, works.
Thank you, Eleftherios. I think you addressed quite important points. The Copernicus program is also picking up a little bit on this, also trying to establish then some national collaboration programs where it's really about awareness rising at different levels also, where that includes then also training. On one of the slides, I think there was also a request for more training capacity needed. And you mentioned that several of the cities are lacking data for cultural heritage. I think if you would approach the Copernicus risk and resilience mapping service together with Greece government, there might be also ways to get there. But such knowledge is often not known, especially not at the city level. So I think there we have still a long way to go. Do we have other examples? Yes.
Working? Okay, great. Yeah, I just wanted to come in a little bit on the back because we have a session tomorrow morning on impact assessments, where there will be a small discussion around urban heat maps, which has been one of the topics that we've been looking at. There'll be a report published shortly, and on the back of that, I mean, one of the key benefits that and part of the project was the health authority. And I think health was only, unless I got it wrong, is only featured on one slide, which was Martin's first slide. And I'm a little bit surprised that health hasn't come more strongly up the agenda.
Thank you.
I'll jump in with an example that does pull health into it. I'm Pat Cummins with Esri. I could talk, we've done work on doing heat intervention calculations, creating indices and things. But I just encourage you all to take a look at what the state of California, kind of between the city level and the global level, the state of California has taken a different approach to their extreme heat. And it's been about a year and a half that they released their, what they call the Cal Heat Score. And what they're doing is taking they wanted to be a little more proactive about this. So they release the Cal Heat Score every day. So it's updated daily and it's predicting what the impact, what the experience will be for anybody in California that day. And they've also, I don't want to say dumbed it down, they've simplified it, kind of like we do with hurricanes. You know, it's a category this or category that. So they score the heat day by 0 to 4. So they have 5 categories of the score. And it's really looking at the impact on humans, not just what the temperature is going to be. And they also take a look at it like 110 in the desert is different and impacts people differently than 110 or even 100 at the beach would be. So they take the local context, they factor all that in, they look at the predictions for the day, and then they have the Cal Heat Score for the day by zip code is the way that they've simplified it to make it kind of executive proof and citizen friendly, and different agencies across the state can look at it. Health, like labor employees can look at it if they need to expect that construction workers, outdoor food workers are going to be more vulnerable on a score 3 day, they might take different action. So it's a different way of looking at combining data and making it available to the public, and definitely brings in the health side of it and not just straight temperature or wet ball or something.
Thank you. I think, Geoff, what you presented is this impact work that you are doing is very important. We will see also then more examples than what we heard. Is there anybody else who wants to come in? Evangelos.
Sorry. I want to add something. We need to understand the authorities and the local community better on every program. The most programs start with the de facto packages, and they didn't listen the authorities. I think in every program we need to update through the conversation with the locals, with update in the monthly or daily or weekly or monthly basis to achieve the final goals of the programs. I think and with the metronome, we have several meetings on a monthly basis to discuss the opportunities and the data I think the best is to communicate and to on a daily on a monthly basis to understand better the locals.
Thank you. So this co-design seems to be something important. We heard that also earlier. So maybe I'll hand over now to
Thanks, Thomas. I mean, there's part of me that's trying not to laugh because there's a sense of irony when you polled the room to see if we have any users here, and then something Lev said reminded me one of the reasons why that is, and that was that last week was the World Urban Forum in Baku in Azerbaijan, and we were doing exactly what you suggested, which we were taking our story, if you like, to a forum organized for urban policymakers, urban decision makers, and we had a session. We had a session there. I think Geo Human Planet also had a presence there to do just that, not to go out trying to sell solutions, but to at least be in the room with people and have the conversation. So timing was slightly on our side in that a lot of the people I would have loved to have here, we had people from UN Habitat, the city networks, had all just come back from Baku. So it's kind of an own goal there. That said, I think you're right. Like if you're not having the decision maker or the policy maker in the room with you when you're even ideating some of these things, it becomes a slightly thankless or uphill battle to thankless task or uphill battle to arrive on the same page. I know from experience in the Global Heat Resilience Service, we have a really strong partnership with C40 cities and the Global Covenant of Mayors, but that took 18 months to really crystallize, where there was a lot of getting to know one another and, not necessarily leaping to solutions, but talking a little bit about what GEO was all about. I was quite familiar with the city network, but they were certainly not familiar with GEO, its activities, or the language that some of us use. So it took 12, 18 months till we got to a point where we were signing a partnership agreement. And from there, we started to think about what we could actually do together. One thing. I think user-centered design, co-design is a term we use a lot. And it's quite easy to say, not so easy to do. Again, from experience, I think we've found that investing a little bit, doesn't take a lot of money, small amount of money to put on a workshop, or as you say, attend an event. That investment is worth it because you do get in the right room with the right people, and that's where you can start to explain a little bit more about the world that you come from. I suppose that where that's all leading to is we have some mechanisms within GEO, within the work program, and managed from the Secretariat, which speak a little bit to initiatives like ESA's Stakeholder Engagement Facility, perhaps not as mature, but the Resilient Cities Working Group, as I said, is all about trying to get people in the room. And actually, we're still finding our feet in terms of understanding what we could be doing together, the EO community and the urban policymaker practitioner community. So if anything, that's the kind of invitation for anyone in the room to join the working group. We have about 25 active members, broadly split between EO community and others. We have a work plan that we're sort of developing, and that is really where we're trying to find some very concrete things that we could collaborate on, noting that it's largely a voluntary effort. But I guess some of the things or opportunities that we're coming, and I'm glad, Jeff, you're in the room to talk about the kind of impact piece, impact analysis toolkit. We have an innovation fund that is nascent, but will hopefully soon be funded so that we can start to jointly identify new urban Earth observation activities. And certainly by the end of the year, at least in one of my KPIs is to identify a new urban EO initiative for our evergreen work program. So the work program is accepting applications all year round, essentially. So perhaps through the working group, we can come together with some of our colleagues from city networks, UN Habitat, other agencies, and identify something that's needed, not something that we think we can sell, but something that actually lands in a decision-making space. Righto, we are 12 minutes over, but thanks for joining us today, and thanks for the conversation. Thomas, thanks a lot for guiding us through moderating, and thanks to all the speakers. who've come from near and far. And I suspect you all need a refreshment and maybe a relax before another full day tomorrow. So thanks a lot, everyone. Take care.